Everybody, welcome back to some sprints. I seem to never want to give anybody any notice about when I go live, and tonight was no different. I have not been able to read at all this week. I had a stomach bug midweek, and it just fully distracted me, so I don't think I've gotten any real solid reading done since Sunday. But if you're here and joining us today, let me know what you're reading in the chat. I'm really curious. I have a few books on deck tonight. I am reading some more of Relentless Legion, which is by J.S. Hughes. It's the third book in the Divide series, and I am buddy reading this with Emily from My Chaotic Shelves and Sam from Sam Young Books on Instagram and Love Sam on YouTube. And I got Mexican Gothic, which I am set to start buddy reading with Joanna. And then I'm also reading Old Man's War by John Scalzi. So a strange assortment of things, plus the novella that I've got on deck, a small town monster smut novella for funsies on my Kindle. So I'm probably starting here because things are picking up. They're getting interesting. This one's been really fun. I was actually pretty sad to put this down to pick this one back up. I'm not gonna lie. But that is my plans for the evening. What are you guys gonna be doing? What are you reading? What are you thinking? What's the vibe? As I make sure we have our video on deck. I forgot to get that set up. And by forgot, my Norton antivirus tried to update itself as I was going live, so I didn't get that ready to rock and roll. Yeah, I did have the ick, but at least I had warning I was going to get the ick. I have a friend who I hung out with on Sunday, and then Monday she got hit by the ick and warned me, so I was able to prepare and get all of the things that I need for the ick. So I was well supplied, and it came and went. I'm finally able to be a little bit more normal, though I'm still gonna be enjoying some ginger ale, not gonna lie. So what are you reading, Faye? Hey Chrissy, what are you reading? Good to see you. Glad to have you here. Is anybody doing any readathons? Are you participating in any readathons? Yes, I know there are readathons going on. I am not participating in any. So I'm just curious. I want to live vicariously. What are you participating in readathons? What are you doing? Are you enjoying them? Hey, Sammy. How are you doing, friend? What are you reading? Also, are you okay? You're in LA, right? Or at least in that region. You okay? Is the family okay? You breathing okay? I've been getting a lot of updates from my uncles and checking in on friends out there, but it's really scary, and I'm really glad that I went when I did, and knocked some bucket list things off of my bucket list. I knocked some things off my bucket list there. That's what I was trying to say. While they were in good shape, because not gonna lie, seeing the fire around the Getty Villa really broke my heart. I'm glad it's currently safe, but that was terrifying. Pulled a muscle in my back. Oh no, Chrissy. Oh, the heating pad will help. I hope. Oh, friend, I'm so sorry. That's the worst. Doing the We Love Jenny readathon to remember booktuber Jennifer Brooks, who passed away a year ago. Oh, so sorry. Reading The Last Man by Mary Shelley. You know, The Last Man is very interesting. It's different from Frankenstein, and it doesn't get enough credit. So I'm unsurprised that you are reading an under-heralded classic. Also, if you hear a bell, the old lady cat has discovered one of the kitten toys and is going to town. Meanwhile, the kitten's just like, Mommy! Mommy! Don't know where he is. Well, let me know how you're enjoying The Last Man. I am glad that they did a readathon in honor of Jennifer Brooks. I did not watch any of her content, but I do love how our community rallies around each other in support, which is such a beautiful thing. So far we've had one book mentioned in the chat. Isn't anybody else reading today? My antivirus is going cuckoo right now. Low-key participating in the TBR-thon hosted by Lindra, the ZPR Zero. Yeah. A lot of folks are doing that one. I think that one's pretty interesting. I didn't exercise when I was setting up my new reading spreadsheet, because I do that as well as my book journaling, where I was writing down all of my current owned books on my TBR, and I am ashamed. It could be a lot worse, but I really need to focus on reading books I already own. That's I either need to read them or get rid of them. It's a problem. Hey, Julie. Doing homework for these sprints, then cleaning because the spouse and I are throwing a party this weekend. Oh, that'll be fun. Is it for a special occasion or just for funsies? Just cuz party? I hope that the homework goes well and quickly, though. Sorry, I realized my phone was not on silent. Am I even a millennial? What's happening? You're only 30-ish pages in so far, but really impressed that she's so ahead of her time writing future dystopia. She was ahead of her time in all things, Faye. Mary Shelley was a goddess sent to this earth to give us beautiful pain and to give us science and speculative fiction and then break our hearts. So I am glad you're enjoying. Honestly, you might be the only person that I personally know who will have also read this book besides myself and the people that I was in a college class with when we had to read this one. So I was the only one who enjoyed it. Finished a book earlier, not sure what to pick up next. Probably will get to an arc before it gets released on Tuesday. Yeah, ooh, that's kind of close. I cut it so not close that I read them like months after they come out. So you're doing the best. You're doing all the good. What is the arc? I'm curious. There's a bunch of books coming out on Tuesday. Vish, my love. Oh, I miss your beautiful face. Are you reading? What time is it where you are? Is it morning there? What's happening? I don't even know how many hours apart we are. I just know that we are sadly many hours apart. Well, I may have to go and check out her work, even though she is no longer with us, because I love someone who will defend my baby Mary. Catherine, are you already back or are you still on the plane? How is Ben Barnes? Does he know you exist again? Is he liking all of your stories? He perceives you. He perceives you. You were also very close to the stage, so that could have been your meet cute moment, my friend. Just for funsies, but calling it my re-entering the real world party since it will be my first after pregnancy. You know, I think that's worth celebrating. I think that is absolutely worth celebrating. You grew a whole human, recovered, and now you get to be celebrated. I think it's perfect. The Favorites by Ian Fargo. I hope I said that right. It's about figure skating. You know, as a girl who grew up in the peak of cutting edge hype, I love a good figure skating romance. I was all on the Nancy Kerrigan train before Tanya Harding took her kneecap out, because she is from my mother's hometown. Like I'm a figure skating girly, so I hope that it is a good time. And if it is, please come back and let us know. 9:23 in the morning. So not quite a full 12 hours. No, more than 12 hours apart. We're so far apart, Vish. Makes me sad. It's Friday. You are in the future. You are, in fact, in the future. It is still definitely Thursday here. Catherine is still on the plane. Have they given you any snacks? What is the in-flight entertainment looking like? How are you doing? Your husband is wonderful. Oh, you made meaningful eye contact because he looked at you and says, I know that curly headed beauty right there. I have seen her. I need to get to her. And then you posted that you're going to see him again at another show. So I have no doubt that the Mute Cute is coming. Everybody saying hi. What is your plane book, Catherine? What are you keeping yourself entertained with on the plane? What of the 30 historical romances that you purchased while you were visiting home are you reading? Also, it's 9:23, but are you working? Are you reading? What's the situation, Vish? Also, thank you for coming and saying hi. I love you and I miss you. Not reading, but decluttering phone and keeping up with the news. Yeah. I definitely get that. And again, I hope you and the family are safe. But it's definitely probably making your move to Arizona look a little better with all of this. Oof, yeah. I keep checking on my family because they're not super far from Malibu. Uh, and their view is just dystopia right now because the Pacific Palisades fire has really just taken over in their area. They're fine. They're fine. But trying to keep up and just make sure everything's good. Sweet Obsession by Katie Roberts. Which one is that? There are so many Katie Robertses now. I can't keep up with them. I say that to the woman who's reading all of the Ice Planets, so. Sweet Obsession. Oh, it's a Dark Olympus. It's Poseidon? Ooh. Do we finally get to Poseidon? Also, was there I've lost so much track of Dark Olympus. I know we were supposed to get the like side characters romance at some point. And is that one Zeus and Hera? Yes, Hermes, redacted and redacted. I'm really just waiting for book 10. Shattered Gods. I want Hermes' love story. Desperately. And I'm very curious about Redacted. I don't think it's like a fluffy rom-com romance. I think it's a bit darker. The author's previous book was Dark Academia. Interesting. It was about the figure skating romance. You get the day off because you flew to visit your family and you're editing a video. I'm so glad we get Vish content again. Missed you so much. I've missed throwing money at you in Patreon. So, what's the video? I'm excited. I can't wait to watch it and throw many emojis at you in the comments. You're not reading any of those historical romances like ever or just like right now? It's the arc for the next one in the series because you fancy. I get it. But let me know how it is because I'm interested in Poseidon Side. I really need to catch up on that one, but I've been living in my. What are you doing, dude? What are you even doing? I've been living in my small town monster smut romances. In fact, I have the new novella in the Haven Ever After series that dropped on New Year's Eve on deck to read. And then at the end of this month, I think the next full book in the series comes out. And I'm excited. I really ate that whole series up in about a week and a half. It was a problem, and I regret nothing. You want Hermes and also Hera to Zeus because they are actually enemies to lovers. They are 100% enemies to lovers. Also, have you watched Chaos on Netflix? Please tell me you've watched Chaos on Netflix. I know they've already canceled it, and I had to grieve that emotionally on my own time and on my own terms. But it is so perfect. My husband, Jeff Goldblum, gives one of his most unhinged performances as Zeus, and it is just sheer perfection. Sheer perfection. Just not reading them right now. The plain Wi-Fi is really trying to catch you. But you know what? I still forget that planes have Wi-Fi because I'm an old lady, and I'll just sit there contentedly in my solitude, pretending like the world can't touch me while I'm on a plane. So haven't watched Chaos yet. I know I'm gonna keep telling you to do it. It's beautiful. It's so well done, and Hades and Persephone are great, and Caneus, the adaptation of Caneus, and Debbie Mazar as Medusa, amazing. The Fates as all non-binary, gender fluid individuals for the Fates. Mwah, beautiful. Love everything about it. And Jeff Goldblum is the most unhinged Jeff Goldblum will ever be. Also, I have several friends with kids who are currently obsessed with Wicked, like obsessed, and I really cannot wait to tell them that I got to meet the wizard. Like I'm waiting for them to freak out. It's gonna be so much fun. Oh, good. I was hoping you were going to answer. I didn't want to keep asking. You're okay. Parents and siblings are okay, but we do know some people who are much closer to the fires. I do this a lot. We're all just here doing our best, Sammy, but I'm glad you guys are okay, and I hope it stays that way. Sending lots of love to you guys. It's scary out there right now. It's real scary. Okay, folks, what do we think? Is it time for our first sprint, or do we want to keep chatting for a bit? Because things are kind of popping off in the Relentless City Gen, and I'm just about to the halfway point. So close. And then this is where I have to stop reading for my buddy read check-in. And then I'll switch over to Mexican Gothic, because while I've read several Silvia Moreno Garcia's, and I actually have the arc for her next book, I am buddy reading it with this beautiful lady, and I want to get a jump on it before she completely passes me by and reads it all before I can even pick it up. So like I said, I want to catch up to where I need to be here, and then I'm going to start with Mexican Gothic to read with Joanna here. Because I want to read the one that made everybody talk about her before I read her next one, or her soon-to-be next one. Okay, what are we thinking? 45, an hour? What do we want to do? Those are the options. I refuse to do 30 minutes. Okay, speak now or forever hold your peace. We got an hour and an hour and an hour. See? The forever hold your peace was going to be an hour anyway. So let's read to the next 33. We're going to get real time specific here. Edit. We'll do 34 by the time I get it done. Yep. Okay. Oh. See you guys on the other side. Welcome back. How was that sprint for everybody? Because everything exploded in my book, and I've been freaking out in the chat with Emily on our buddy read. It's exploded, and I'm not having a good time. And Ohan's being a needy little boy, aren't you, buddy? So I'm really actually quite impressed that I managed to read like a solid 50 pages in that sprint, even though he was crawling all over me. So I am now at 278, and I need to get to I need to get to 330. So I'll probably finish that in the next sprint, and then can join Joanna in Mexican Gothic. So it's exploding. I wish I could tell you more, but we're in book 3 at this point. So I'm doing my best. I'm really stressed out. I might need a snack for emotional support. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Also, I don't know if Catherine is still here, but we have another supporter of Chaos. If no one has watched Chaos, do it. It is amazing. So thank you, friend. Hello. Was just hoping for some sprints, and alas, here they are. Well, I am so glad that you were able to join us. I hope that you got some good reading in. It looks like you are reading Party Monster. I don't think I know that one. I'm gonna look that one up. I haven't heard because when I hear Party Monster, I think of a like early 2000s movie starring Macaulay Culkin and Seth Green. Yes, Seth Green. About like club kid rave culture. Is that what it is? Was it based on a book? Is it Party Monster, a fabulous but true tale of murder in Clubland? Is that what you're reading? Because this came out in 2003. And yes, at least the one I found is now a movie with Macaulay Culkin playing the killer and Seth Green as author James St. James. Oh, James St. James! I know James St. James. Sorry, I got very excited about that. I am so sorry, guys. But is this the Party Monster you're reading? Inquiring minds would like to know. And if it's not, what are you reading? Because I remember liking the movie. It was a moment. Oh, Laura, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hi and happy new year. What are you reading, friend? What are you working on? Dígame. Tell me all the things. Faye got 16 pages of The Last Man by Mary Shelley. Sammy had some food, which respect, and did a lot of I'm not sure, actually. You know, sometimes that happens. That happens. What did you eat, though, Sammy? Exploded bad. Yeah, exploded bad. Exploded bad. Not as, like, for anybody who was here when I was reading Death's End and my brain was exploding real bad, because that broke me. I cried. I like sobbed during a sprint, and I hope no one noticed. But no, the plot is plotting, and the things they are exploding, and everybody's having a very bad time. And I think that it's going to be a race to the finish, but I've at least got to get to the check-in point. Sam only just got to the first check-in point, and Emily is at the second check-in point, and I am in between the two of them right now. So, exploding. Oh, Catherine is still here. I didn't read much because the person next to you is watching a Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, and it's stressful to watch even without sound. Hey, you know, at least you're doing better than Jayla on flights. Nobody's like shoeless rubbing their feet on you, but I have not engaged with the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, although I like the aesthetic of it. And the new book is coming out, right? Every time people talk about the new book, Hamish's book, my brain desperately will not process the fact that it's sunrise. My brain fully reads that title every single time as surprise on the reaping, like surprise on the reaping. Like, I don't know. My brain can't process that book title at all. Oh no. read 27 pages, took the dogs out, and blasted my back with a massage gun. Is it feeling any better? Is the heat helping, Chrissy? I hope it is. Why do I have to get to page 330? I am buddy reading this. So I have a buddy read we did all last year, and we're doing again this year with Emily from My Chaotic Shelves and Sam from Love Sam, also from Sam Young Reads or Sam Young Books on Instagram. And so Emily convinced me to start this series, and then we convinced Sam to start the series. And then we buddy read book 2 together, and now we are on book 3, which, as far as we know, is going to be the last book. And then we move into a couple of other buddy reads for the rest of the year. So we pick one book per month. This is technically December's book, but sadly, Sam is in the UK, and sometimes books don't get to him at the same time they get to us. Because their publication dates are different. So we are finishing up the Divide series together. And so that's our next check-in point, is on page 330. Like, literally exploding. War has happened. Things are bad. There's blood, there's shots fired, there's special forces, and a potential alien threat that all just descended at once. So that's where we're at. You're reading and annotating the spell shop. That has popped up so much in people's like end of year videos. So I'm curious to hear what you think of it, my friend. Also, your sweatshirt's 10 out of 10. Yes, this was a COVID gift from one of my besties. And you know, there were a couple of years where I didn't wear it as much, or like a year or two in there. But this year this year really felt like it needed to make a return. Dolly Parton is my childhood hero, and she is better than all of us, and trust doctors and wear masks and get your vaccines. Dolly Parton paid for our vaccines. We got to use them. But yeah, it's a favorite. Party Monster is based on a true story. James St. James has a memoir. You know, I've known James St. James as just like a pop culture figure. I see him around a lot. I never, ever connected him to Party Monster. And I also never connected the movie Party Monster to a book, because it was the early 2000s and I had other things going on, right? But I've learned so many things. So many things just in looking that book up. It is a surprise on the reaping too. Like it's like the world's worst surprise party in my head. Like, surprise, the reaping, go. That's what my brain reads every time. Rice and veggies sounds good. I had chicken and rice for dinner tonight myself, because getting over a stomach bug. I'll be trying to start your first read of 2025 in the next sprint. What are you going to be reading, Sammy? What's going to be your first read? It is feeling better. It is feeling better. It's tough to be able to massage the muscles on your own. So heat and remembering that you had the massage gun really helped. Yeah, I'm glad that you have that massage gun. And the heating pads are really, really helpful. Dolly forever. I might have to take bereavement leave in a far distant future if she passes. I don't think I'll be okay. So Catherine's been wanting to read Spell Shop. Laura, you're a trendsetter. First 75 pages of Spell Shop have been great, cozy, and magically descriptive. The main female character is a librarian who loves books. I love that. Well, that sounds very cozy. You assumed Dolly, the cloned sheep, but Parton makes more sense. Yeah, this was it's Phenom something. Is the name of the company? Phenomenal. Like Phenomenal. Released this as a COVID fundraiser when we found out, or after we found out, that Dolly had basically paid for a huge chunk of research for the Pfizer vaccine. No, the Moderna. She funded the Moderna vaccine. I remember that because I got sad when I got Pfizer the first time, and I was like, I want the Dolly vaccine. But also, give me a vaccine. I literally, really, really early on in the vaccine rollout, when they were only giving it to seniors, our city like had a massive call for volunteers because there weren't enough medical professionals available to step away and administer just all the vaccines and all of the other pieces for senior distributions, and they were rolling everything up. So they called on community volunteers. So I literally sat there for 6 hours in all the PPE, just observing people after they got their shots in case they had a reaction. So I was the person who just like stared at you for 30 minutes to see if you had a reaction, because it gave me access early to get the vaccine. And I have two senior parents who are in their 70s that I was deeply concerned for because they both have health issues. So while I could get them in for a vaccine and I couldn't get myself in for a vaccine, I knew I was their main point of contact with other humans. And while my bubble was really small, I was deeply worried about them. And so my bubble was practically non-existent. So I did that so that I could better protect them, essentially. So I got in early on that vaccine game. It was terrifying just being there. That would be so niche, Laura. I love that. Love it. I'm trying to start Not Another Love Song by Julie Soto. I know Christine likes Julie Soto. I've never read any of her stuff. I hope you enjoy it, Sammy. You got Moderna because I wanted the free Dolly merch. Also because you wanted a vaccine. Oh, see, Catherine loved Not Another Love Song. I work in healthcare. I think I got Pfizer because that's what was offered. Yeah. So the distribution that we had, the big bulk distribution was Pfizer. I think my first and second boosters were both Moderna, and now I don't pay attention anymore. I just tell them to stick it in my arm and I go about my life. Chrissy also thought it was Dolly the sheep. I really appreciate this. I feel like people don't talk about Dolly the sheep that much anymore, but she was a big deal. There's a lot of conversations had in my house and in my school about Dolly the sheep. So I think that now this has dual meaning. It's Dolly Parton, but it also could be Dolly the sheep. May she rest in peace, and then may she rest in peace again, and then also again, and all the versions of Dolly should rest in peace. And then, like, I don't feel like we saw much after the first big announcement. I feel like Dolly didn't live, or the clone didn't live that long, if memory serves me correctly. Still can't believe Party Monster. I haven't thought about Party Monster in so long. I'm gonna have to rewatch that movie now. Dolly the sheep. Feel like, oh, she lived to be 6, but that's only half as long as she should have lived for her breed of sheep. Although it looks like she was euthanized at the age of 6 because she had an incurable lung tumor and severe arthritis. Poor baby. Poor baby Dolly. Good to hear, Catherine. I loved her other book, Forget Me Not. Catherine's Landing. Have a good rest of sprints. Have a great return to New York. And I hope that it is not too cold for you and the adjustment back into the swing of the Northeast is smooth. And I hope you have some time off before you go back to work, though I doubt it, knowing your hustle. But thank you for joining. I'm glad to spend this time with you while you were on your flight. There's a scene in Not Another Love Song that lives rent-free in my head. I hope you enjoy it, Sammy. Oh, you guys are hyping this up. I might have to read it now. Loved Not Another Love Song even more than Forget Me Not, which is already a lot. I think I've been missing out on Julie Soto. Can't wait. Oh, goodness. It looks like you picked a banger to start the year off with, Sammy. You chose wisely. And I just chose 6 things at once. So I've yet to finish a book because I'm reading this one and one on here, and I'm about to start this one. So, okay, you're leaving for real this time. Mwah, mwah. Love you, friend. Bye. Yeah, you picked a banger. Everybody say bye to Catherine. So now that you've had a little time from the end of the year, what would you say is the read that you had in 2024 that you most want to convince other people to read? Because I'll tell you, I have my favorite read of my all-time top of 2024 is not actually the one that I would try to convince the most people to read, interestingly. So I'm just curious because I ended the year strong with Death's End, and that's the top of the heap. It wins all the prizes. I had an amazing time with it. But the books, I have 2 that I would try to convince everybody to read. And one is Ascension by Nicholas Binge, which I went in pretty blind. It's this the whole synopsis is that there is a mountain that appears in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and no one knows why. And a group of scientists in the 90s go out to explore it and things go down. And it broke my brain a little bit. I was not expecting it. It had so many things. So I've genuinely been thinking about rereading it this year, just to keep everything fresh in my brain. And then the second one would be The Stars Too Fondly by Emily Hamilton, which was a debut sci-fi sapphic romance vibe. And it was lovely. I had a great time with it. I wasn't expecting to love it as much as I did. I cannot wait for more from Emily Hamilton. I think it's a really good entree into sci-fi for folks. If you don't read a ton of it, I think it's got enough there to be interesting, but enough sci-fi, true sci-fi, to keep sci-fi readers interested. It was just a good time. But I wouldn't tell a ton of I very rarely recommend The 3-Body Problem to people because it's some dense sci-fi. So I certainly can't recommend book 3 that hard to people. So that's you only read one book at a time. There's too much chaos to read a bit of a bunch of books at a time. I understand that. And for a long time, I was very much that way. Or it wasn't that I couldn't read multiple books at a time. I had different books for different physical areas. So I had a living room book, I would have a bedroom book, and I would have the book that would go out and about with me. Weirdly, and they couldn't cross paths, but the pandemic cured me of that. And now I just read a lot of different books all at the same time. And I'll get to my check-in point on this one, Chrissy, and switch over to this one probably tonight. So, and this one, I'll still have a third left. Buddy Reads also really ended up breaking me of that too. Letters to the Luminous Deep. It was told almost exclusively in letter format. It was just so lovely. Okay, so if you enjoyed that letter format, Ascension, because it is all told from the perspective of found letters from one of the men on the expedition, that he was writing letters to his niece. And after he died, his brother found them and essentially compiled them and turned them into the book, theoretically. So if you enjoy a letter format, Ascension. Also, this is more unhinged, but it is essentially a fake diary. So a collection of diary entries was De-Evolution by Max Brooks, who is the same guy who wrote World War Z, and he is also Mel Brooks's son. I really, really loved my time with that. I read that in 2023, and I did it on audio because it has a full audio cast, or a partially full audio cast, I should say. Because all of the diary entries are done by Judy Greer, who's the main character. But then you have Captain Janeway, whose real name just escaped me, Kate Mulgrew, Nathan Fillion, Max does some of the lines himself. There's just a ton of folks who participated in that audiobook for experts who were giving preface before the next set of diary entries at the start of each chapter. So really, really interesting. I do love a letter or a diary or found footage-y kind of content. Maybe it's because I grew up in an era when what's that movie? Blair Witch Project blew up so bad. All that found footage. I'm also a giant fan of a mockumentary. I love a fake documentary. My favorite movie, one of my favorite movies, but usually the one I give of all time was Drop Dead Gorgeous, which is peak mockumentary. It is everything, and I love it so, so much. But yeah, I guess I like fake found content. I don't know if I've said hello yet. Hello! Lurking and prepping for the snowstorm. So now you can sit down and relax now. Oh, I'm so sorry you're in the path of the snow. I'm too far south, which I'm quite grateful for, but I hope that you are all prepped and you have all of the supplies you need. What are you going to be reading, or are you going to be reading? Are you just like saying hi and lurking and doing something else? Tell us all, what are you going to be doing, friend? Oh, goodness. Also, I do love that I'm starting the year with a 500-page book. But also, like a 200 and something page book. This one doesn't feel that thick. Oh, 330. No, that's a lie. That's Gods of Jade and Shadow. 300. So yeah, I was right. Like 200-ish. 300. You're reading Parable of the Sower with your eyes or listening to Lake Lore while you cross stitch. Ooh, what's the cross stitch? I do love, I've seen this popping up a lot of like, I have to read this with my eyes. And I appreciate that. I was really upset that I couldn't get the audiobook for this from any of my usual free sources because I really wanted to immersive read this one. To no avail, but that's okay. I'm just so scatterbrained right now that I just really appreciate having a dual experience to help me stay focused, much like you were doing with Lake Lore and Cross Stitch. In fact, I am going to see if I can get the Mexican Gothic audiobook right now while I am thinking about it. And before I start it, yes, I can. I can immersive read Mexican Gothic at least. I did that. I did have a really great time this year too with Vampires of El Norte. And I did a tandem read, like an immersive read with that, and I read it all in one day. It's also set in the part of Texas where I live and near where I live. And as somebody who grew up in Texas, and it's like very much set in a period of time just before the Texas Revolution. It was just historically fascinating, and like the horror parts of it were really interesting. The love story was really compelling. I get why people were raving about it. I had a great time. I read it in one day. Working on a James Webb project. Oh, it's a stitch along from Climbing Goat Designs. I'm obsessed with the footage we're getting, or content we're getting from James Webb. James Webb climbing goat. Is it the Wonders of James Webb Telescope cross-stitch pattern? Yes, I'm in the United States. Is it this guy? Is it this guy? It looks like Space Catan. I like it. It looks like Space Catan. This is so cool. What a fun project. I love this. This is so much fun. haven't done a cross stitch in a long time, but this compels me. I really enjoy this. This is beautiful. Just started Ashes in the Star-Crossed King. Hey, Jean, how are you, friend? How are you holding up? How's Canada? Are you guys frozen? Or is it just us? Your husband got a James Webb calendar with imagery from the telescope. Yes, telescope. It's just stunning. It's so beautiful. The universe is terrifying and stunning, and I love it. And the James Webb has such beautiful, clear images. It's just amazing how much we've learned in the short period of time it's been in operation. It's just fabulous. Just finished book 8 in the Zodiac Academy, only 8.5 and 9 to go. You've really been churning through those, Jean. You have stayed on that journey. Have we figured out yet if she's going to eventually do 12 of them? Because I do think that it's very silly that she's not been planning to do 12 of them. It feels like it defeats the purpose of Zodiac. I know, my hair's so gross. It's not tonight's wash night, so I apologize, but I now have a headache from my hair tie. If you zoom out, the hexagons are in the exact shape of what they are on James Webb. Oh my gosh. I love this. This is beautiful. Thank you for bringing this piece of reality into my life. Currently in lower than negative 20 Celsius. What does that mean? I don't speak Celsius. Negative 20 Celsius to Fahrenheit. Oh, negative 4 degrees. That's chilly. You're freezing up there, Jean. It's too cold to snow. That's awful. 9 is supposedly the last, but there are sub books in between. I just don't believe it. And if it is the last, it feels kind of dumb. What zodiacs are getting skipped or are some of the zodiac sub books? It's like, what if you were the zodiac sign that didn't get a book? Would you be offended? I don't pay that much attention to zodiacs, so I couldn't tell you which ones have been covered and which ones have not. I think the first one's Gemini because of the twins. Is my memory holding strong? Here in Ohio, it's 10. It's supposed to go to 4. Ugh. You know, Laura, I lived in Ohio for a while. And that's why I moved as far south in Texas as I could. Because I couldn't take the snow. I lived in Columbus for 3 years. And I had a friend who had a lake house a little bit further north, and it would still occasionally get lake effect snow. Because it was up in Indian Lake, which was just far enough up. And we got snowed in my first winter there. For 3 days, we couldn't get off the island that her house was on. And one of my favorite stories is that that it was my first winter there. I'm a little Texas girl, and we get a little bit of snow, but never a ton of, like, not enough of it to really have a ton of snow gear, right? So we're going out to my friend's lake house, and we're going up the day before her parents' lake house, but we're going up the night before, and a bunch of other people are supposed to join us. We had 5 people go up, but we're expecting 12, and we had all the food and alcohol for 12 people, which helped when we ended up getting snowed in for a few days. But before we left, they said, hey, we're expecting inclement weather for this long weekend, because I think it was MLK weekend. So make sure you bring your boots. When I had gotten myself a nice parka-y, like, puffy jacket, and I packed the only pair of boots that I had and went to the lake, and we had a day, the morning we woke up and all the snow was there. They said, let's go out and play in the snow. And everybody put on their winter gear, and I pulled on my boots, and they were definitely the same cowboy boots that I had been riding horses in for years. And they are not made for snow. If you've never had, like, true cowboy boots, with the smooth leather sole to get in and out of the stirrups really easily. These were fully made for horseback riding, and it's they still make fun of me for it, those friends. There's a great picture of me like stuck on top of a snowbank with my two little cowboy boots just kicking up in the air above me. So it's my fun winter Ohio memory. But I tried to adapt to Ohio as much as I could. And like embrace the winterness of it because I knew I wasn't going to live there forever. So we did a lot of snow tubing and those sorts of things. But I also took up curling. I did some curling clinics. So yeah, I tried to embrace the winter while I was there. Didn't pay much attention to which got picked, which ones I didn't know. Near Columbus, from the northeast side of the state. I mean, you grew up in Lake Effect. Yeah, we didn't get a lot of the Lake Effect in Columbus, at least when I was there. Hopefully you're not getting too much Lake Effect. But Indian Lake was just far enough north to occasionally get hit when we would be up there. But yeah. So northeast. So like around Cleveland-y area, because I worked for the State Historical Association, Society, Museum, whatever. So they had sites all around the state. So I got to drive around a lot and be all around Ohio and have like turtle soup on the border of Indiana and go hang out at the German separatist village in Zor outside of Cleveland. I've been to Grandpa's Cheese Barn. I've been to Jungle Gyms. Tried really hard to embrace Ohio, and then I fled far, far away. But I do miss Columbus a lot. I really enjoyed that city. I enjoyed its energy. I had a lot of fun there. That's where I did my Rocky Horror shadow casting. Had a lot of really great friends there. They have a really vibrant knitting community. But yeah, had a great time in Columbus. But I hated the winter because it was just so dark all the time. And I worked in a cement building with no windows, and it was black nighttime darkness when I left the house, and it was darkness when I left work to go back home, and it really, really weighed on me. How come in Fahrenheit between -15 Celsius and -20 Celsius? There's no difference, trust me. They feel incredibly different. I don't understand this. I'm so sorry. How come in Fahrenheit between -15 and -20 Celsius? What? Jean, you broke me. You broke me. Oh, yeah. Well, -15 Celsius is 5 degrees Fahrenheit, and -20 degrees Celsius is -4 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a huge difference. That's like, gets real weird when you get into the negatives in Fahrenheit. Because where you guys have 0 is 32 for us. I've had to explain frostbite to a lot of people from the South, including Australia. Yeah, we didn't get. My hometown aligns with the amount of snow the buffalo gets. Dean? No, 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 no. -15 is like 7 degrees. And -20 is -4. I don't know what app you were looking at. Because there's a bigger swath of numbers for us usually. Which is why I can never understand how Celsius to Fahrenheit work. I always have to look it up because I can't, other than knowing that 0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That is as much as I can get. It's like trying to compare ACT scores to SAT scores. It just, my brain can't fathom it. Cannot fathom it. But I will tell you, Laura, I did love Columbus. I spent a lot of time Studio 35 and down in the short north. Watching Nina West perform before she went to RuPaul's Drag Race. She's amazing queen. I love her to pieces. Okay. I want to jump into another sprint, I think. Do we want to do another hour? Do we want to do 45? What do we think, ladies and gentlemen? And those who do not identify on the binary. Had a whole bunch of coworkers how to crochet for a charity project. That's super fun, Jean. Way to go. What was the project? You do not recommend it. Hey, I taught a whole ton of third and fourth graders how to spin their own yarn. It was like 20 third and fourth graders, and I taught them how to make yarn. So if I could survive that, you can do this. I believe in you, friend. Binary? What binary? I don't know them. Binaries are a racket. Life isn't black and white. People get butthurt about dumb things that have no effect on their daily life, like how somebody else identifies. Just leave them alone. Let people live. Stop being a jerk. Sorry, I live in Texas. I feel like screaming that into the void on a daily basis. I'm sorry, guys. A lot of people who are thinking that it shouldn't take any effort to learn how to crochet, so they're not even trying. Yeah. People are funny, Jean. After a comma or something, the last word comes from my phone. Oh, picking up your voice. You gotta love that fun technology trick. Okay, so what are we thinking? 45 or an hour? What do we want to do, guys? If there's no answer, I'm just gonna pick a random one of these random numbers in my banners. Let's see. Okay, we'll read mostly a 45. Whoa, what did I do there? What are you doing? My trackpad's acting up. Sorry, guys. Okay, we're gonna read for 48 minutes. See you in a bit, guys. Welcome back, guys. Welcome. Oh, I should turn off the banner. So I got a little distracted with a work thing, mostly just texting my boss. So I did not read as much as I wanted to. Things are still exploding, but one of the explosions has calmed a little bit. They're now in flight mode. But the other thing has now started blowing up. The other situation. I am but 13 pages away from the check-in point. And I've sent an aggressive amount of voice memos to Emily, who has already caught up to me. So, how about you guys? What have you been reading? Tell me how you did. Why am I getting emails from our social media person at 10 p.m. at night? Just so curious. So curious. 10 p.m. on a Thursday. It's just the first real week of the year. And Faye was out of the room last time we were chatting. Her favorite book of last year was Bunny by Mona Awad, but the one she would most wreck is I Was a Teenage Slasher by Stephen Graham Jones. I am actually really excited to read that one. And I also love the title. I love the title of his upcoming like a Buffalo Hunter, I think is what it's called. I like it. Laura has sadly left us. Good night, fair maiden. We shall miss you. They read 2 chapters of The Last Man, which hits her daily goal, and now she's going to pick something else to read in the next sprint. She's definitely the type to have multiple books. Same. Fully same. It's going to be hard to not just keep reading this one. I'm not going to lie. Things are exploding! I don't understand how in this amount left of the book, anything's going to come to a satisfying, i.e. not devastating ending. Her only standalone had a devastating ending. And I just kept hoping that this series might not hurt me so badly, but it's going to hurt me. It's going to hurt me. What are you thinking about picking up next? Sammy did nothing. You're so determined to start reading next sprint. I believe in you, Sammy. You can do this. And everybody's rooting for you on the Julie Soto book. Forgot you were doing a reading sprint and started listening to a local news podcast, but it was about poetry. I think that counts. I think that works. You were still ingesting information. It was like an audiobook about a very specific niche topic. Sorry, my allergies are killing me today. So here in South Texas, we get a really aggressive pollen season in December, January, February, called Mountain Cedar, and it's atrocious. So it's what has me coughing and rubbing my eyes like a toddler. So apologies. Did my nighttime routine and got ready for bed. Took some CBD. Oh, this is the mood, Chrissy. I think that I need to grab my CBD water for the remainder of the evening. I think you've just inspired me that in our last sprint, I should enjoy CBD water and hopefully ease on into bed. But I've been saving it for Friday, mostly because I can sleep in a little bit on Saturday if I get down real bad. But I have not been sleeping well lately, so maybe that's what I need. Katie, you actually logged in to say hi to me. Guys, this is my friend Katie. We've known each other for, like 15 years now. We worked together and we are bestest of buddies, even though we live so far apart. Managed to read 88 pages this time. Awesome, Katie. What are you reading? You didn't tell me. You just said you were watching my sprints. Also, if you follow me on Instagram, she posted the most adorable picture of her cat playing with my cat through the TV when I started sprinting. Ohan Nuggy over here. Ohan Nuggy. What are you reading, Katie? I only read one book at a time unless it's a romance and a thriller, or a thriller and a fantasy, or a romance and a fantasy. So you have to have different genres. I get that. I have a friend who has to read them in different formats, so she can have like a digital, a physical, and an audio. And like I said, I used to read, I called it geographically, even though it's not like a map, but I had like living room book, bedroom book, car book, outdoor book sort of thing, or bathtub book. I had a lot of bathtub books. And to be fair, if I read a book in the bath, it stays in the bath these days because like I don't want that running around everywhere. First real week of the year. The government and schools are closed for snow tomorrow. Not here. Like last week we had a couple of days in the like calendar week that were January, but at my company most people were still off for that Thursday and Friday. So this is the first like full week professionally of work and existence. And people are just already doing the most. It's a problem. Like emailing me at 10 p.m. on a Thursday. You know, simple, just save it for the morning. Schedule send is a thing. Hey, Roger. Joining late, but hopefully not too late. No, we still have at least one more sprint in us. We can do it. It's not going to be like my Death's End sprinting, though. We're not going until like 3 a.m. I'm not finishing this book tonight. I have work tomorrow. It's a school night. But so glad you are here. About to finish Black Sheep by Rachel Harrison. How are you enjoying it? How much more do you have left? And how are you still working on your Fourth Wing reads? Because last time you were here, we were chatting together. You were working on some Fourth Wing. Also, I would just like to commiserate with you, Roger, about how much I already miss Sarah's Sunday sprints. I feel bereft. I feel adrift. I don't know who I am anymore. My Sundays are not the same. Just me? Okay. It's very strange. After a whole year of her every single Sunday. But yeah, this is still very much exploding. I've got 13 pages till the next check-in, although Emily just told me that she overread from the check-in. And she actually ended up reading to 350 to chapter 40, which tells me that we definitely ended on a cliffhanger and she fully ignored it and just kept reading, which I respect that. And she's let me just throw voice memos at her about how upsetty spaghetti I am about what's happening to my babies. In fact, somebody who's been with us since book 1 is no longer with us, and I haven't had time to emotionally process it yet because it happened just before I came back into chat. Just poor babies. This is fascinating. This is a good read. This is a great series. Same. Yeah, no, she's really doing well. She's still chatting. I get why she needed a change, and it's a lot of commitment to do sprints every single Sunday. And she was so steadfast. There was like a month she took off, but by and large, every week she was there with us. That's a lot. I can't make my life be that predictable, so I'm impressed that she was able to for so long. It's one of those don't be sad for what you've lost, be glad for what you had sort of scenarios, I think. Okay, so we know Katie read 88 pages in about 45 minutes, which is crazy. She's a crazy girl. Sammy didn't read. Pirate did the podcast. Faye read 2 chapters. Jean hath disappeared. And Roger is joining us for some Black Sheep. Sounds like a plan. Our next sprint is going to be our last one because, again, it's a school night. Even though I'm not in school anymore. But I'm a tired old lady. So what are we thinking for that? Do we want to do an hour? Do we want to do another 45? How do you feel? What do you want? Catherine just posted about a Beauty and the Beast retelling with a chupacabra. Oh, Catherine really does bring me the best and most unhinged book recommendations for monster romance, and I'm deeply appreciative of her duty to her craft. It's really, really impressive. So, thoughts, feelings, vibes. I know we've all got the books we are currently reading, but anybody looking at what they want to read next? I mean, I've shown you like 3 books that I'm reading next. Oh, Faith's gonna read some Dead Mountain. I have read this one. It is so fascinating, Faye. Although I will say, um, there are several theories that they put forward about the Dyatlov incident, and the one that they ultimately kind of end up with was for a long time, not for a long time, but for a period of time, the prevalent theory, and I fully support that theory. However, there's some new evidence that has come forward through the use of technology provided by Disney's Frozen that has potentially shifted the narrative around the Dyatlov incident. So after you read Dead Mountain, please let me know, and I will send you a fascinating little video essay about how Disney's Frozen and its animators may have revealed some new information about Dyatlov. But fascinating book, Faye. I hope you enjoy it. I really, really enjoyed it. Think you're going to read Dating and Dragons next. Quick, fun read. I saw that you posted that on your stories. I still need to read the first one. It's over there somewhere. Yep, Dungeons and Drama. They're so itty bitty. I think that's a great little read. Yes, Disney's Frozen. Wait, but what? You said you're going to read that next. What are you reading now, Katie? You still haven't told me what you're reading right now. What did you just read 88 pages of? Yes, Disney's Frozen. It is fascinating. So read that one first, because it is one of the more accepted theories. And then I will shoot you over the Disney's Frozen amendment to the Dyatlov mystery. It was really well written. And if you like that one that I super recommend, it's way chunkier. But it's one of the few nonfiction books that has made me cry, and that was Midnight in Chernobyl. It was just so well done. It was really covering individual lives and what people were doing leading up to and the days after the Chernobyl incident, and like people who just lived in Pripyat and people who worked at the plant and people who got brought in to help deal with the disaster, and telling really deeply granular human stories in a really fascinating way. It's actually the book that they pulled a lot of information for the Chernobyl miniseries from. So a lot of that miniseries is based off of this book. So if you enjoyed that miniseries, you will enjoy Midnight in Chernobyl. Yeah, and the same author just came out with a book about the Challenger last year, which space history is a love of mine. I mean, shocker, the sci-fi girl loves our actual space exploration history and the James Webb Telescope and all those fun things. But Challenger is just such an interesting and a heartbreaking story, and I'm really interested in seeing how he covers that story. Like I really like his voice. I like his attention to detail. I like the humanity he brings to history. So I'm excited about it. But the Challenger documentary that Netflix did a couple of years ago, the first episode made me cry like a baby. They did such a good job with that. But that is also where I learned that the kid who played Ralphie from A Christmas Story was on the launch pad. Like, he was there in the crowd because he was part of a young astronauts program and was literally being trained to go up on a subsequent mission after Challenger. So here's this young child who's being told, you're going to go to space, and then he watches a rocket blow up in front of him. I can't imagine how that psychologically scars you as a human. But, you know, he seems to do okay now. He's a director. He seems stable. He's doing his best. Yeah, neither did I. I mean, I knew that they were, trying to explore a lot of different options, and that's the way the teacher went into space. But they go into this whole conversation in that documentary, and maybe in the book, we'll see, about how launches had started to become so normal that they weren't getting media attention. And so the PR team for NASA was working to try to generate more and more interest, which is why McAuliffe was on Challenger as a teacher to send the first teacher to space. There were conversations around sending Big Bird to space. They had the Young Astronauts program where they were going to send a kid to space. But ultimately, none of those things came to fruition because Challenger blew up. So just like a lot of fascinating what ifs of what our timeline could have looked like, which I'm also deeply fascinated by. I love a good what if history, which is why I love the For All Mankind series on Apple TV. I really enjoyed the Calculating Stars when I read that one. I need to finish that series really badly. That's the Lady Astronaut series by Mary Robinette Kowal. I've read the first book of that series, and then I read a standalone she did called The Spare Man, which was like an Agatha Christie type murder mystery, but on an like intergalactic cruise liner. And every single chapter started with a cocktail recipe, which I respect. Way to go, Mary. It's a good vibe for all. But I hope that you love Dead Mountain. I mean, not love. It's a terrible story. They suffered horribly. But I hope that it is a fascinating nonfiction read for you. Faye, you're reading all my favorite classics. You're exploring strange historical moments. I feel a kindred connection, Faye. I'm just gonna say it. Okay, well, I am going to start another sprint. Let's see what banner I have that makes sense. Let's do just slightly less than an hour. We'll read to the next 15 because I have that banner. Hold on. I'm gonna do last sprint. And rewind some of this ambiance, and away we go. Welcome back, guys. That wraps up our last sprint for tonight. And I hit 350 in this book, and J.S. Dews is not playing around with the potential end of this series. And I really had to stop myself from continuing to read. So I went from this buddy read to this buddy read. And while I've read many Sylvia Moreno Garcia's, I have never read this one. And while I am a massive fan of Rebecca, and this keeps getting compared to Rebecca, so I think for a long time I was really hesitant to read this one because Rebecca is one of my all-time favorite books. And I love it so much that I've never read anything else by Daphne du Maurier because I don't feel like it can compare to Rebecca, which I know is very silly. But because this was compared to Rebecca so much, I think I hesitated. But I like Sylvia Moreno Garcia, so I am excited to start this one. And it is definitely starting with some gothic, eerie vibes, which I always enjoy. I only made it to like page 20 though. So how about you guys? What did you get up to before we went off to sprints? Roger said that he was considering reading When the Moon Hatched, so that he could be ready for book 2. So tell us if that's what you ended up doing. Christine has arrived for our last sprint. I am so sorry, my friend. I do occasionally sprint. I didn't for a long time because I wasn't in my own home, but I am back in my own home now. Now, do I plan sprints? No, I do not. So far, since coming back to my house, it has literally been a day of decision every single time, usually within an hour's notice. So I'm so sorry. Yeah, work is boring and a slumber party would be awesome. And if I could, I would absolutely do a slumber party. I had one sprint in December, again, last minute, with zero warning and not telling, like, other than being like, hey, in like 10 minutes, I'm going to be sprinting. I ended up going until 3 a.m. because I was finishing the 3 Body Problem series. I was reading Death's End, and it just was so freaking crazy at the end that I could not put it down. I could not stop reading it. And I stayed up until 3 a.m. on stream finishing it and ugly cried quietly in the corner of the stream during a sprint. And I hope people did not notice. And then Jayla arrived, my favorite person in the world to bully. How are you, my friend, if you're still here? I love you to pieces. So excited to see you guys. Yeah, I'm really struggling to read without sprints right now. I feel like a ping pong ball in my life. I've got so many things going on that the structure of a sprint has really been helping me focus. Also, can I tell you how itchy this makes me feel? Just, I can't think of Christine as a Christy. Question: is the thunderstorm an accurate representation of the weather in Texas right now? Actually, yes. In South Texas today, it has been cold and rainy all day. And I love a good rainy day. My living room has no attic space. So when it rains, it sounds so good in here. And there were some times during sprints where the actual rain noise was louder than the fake rain noise, which was really lovely. It made me very happy. I get full caps locks named. At least I didn't get middle named. Do them again so I can come on time, please. Okay, Jayla, if you're still here, I promise you I will message you directly when I sprint again. With as much notice as I can give anyone, even myself. I will give you so much notice. You will have the opportunity to join me and harass me live. I will give you every opportunity. And Sarah came. We got a Patreon after party. Did I miss a Patreon event? I'm sorry. I didn't even look at Patreon before I scheduled this. Oh no. Well, I'm sure you guys had a great time, whatever it was. Was it for faux or something else? Yeah. If I could not work and just sprint, that would be great. 36 pages of Dead Mountain and you've crossed the halfway point. Oh, how are you liking it? It's so interesting. It's so interesting. So you're like fully in the mountain now, for sure. Because there's a lot of information at the beginning of that book about the hikers, about their history with the university, their history with hiking, and then just like the path that they took before they ever got to that point in the Urals, before they got to the Dead Mountain section. Yay, you read, Sammy. You wanted so badly to read that sprint and you did it, and I'm so proud of you. And Katie is just showing us all up once again by reading 74 pages of that sprint because she's a speed demon. But are you liking it? Are you already halfway done? Those books are so skinny. You're essentially like a third of the way through this book at least, right? Very silly. You should read My Cousin Rachel at least. I have not. I have My Cousin Rachel though. And that's actually something I want to challenge myself with this year is finally letting myself experience the rest of Daphne du Maurier's catalog. I think like little me when I first encountered Rebecca was just so enamored. I was like, there's nothing that anybody could do to top this. Why would I read anything else she did? I've already scaled the mountain. Like I'm at the peak. Why would I do more? And I know that that's silly. So I have My Cousin Rachel and Jamaica Inn. So we'll see which one I end up reading first. But yeah, I know it's silly. I know it's really silly, but I'm gonna try for it. We're fighting a food coma. Oh no, that's always the worst. You didn't read. I realized how late it was and started getting ready for bed. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's what I'm doing as soon as we get off of sprints. Definitely continue reading after these. It's 9:17 here. Oh, yep, you guys are so much earlier. I will say I just noticed Sash Reads started some reading and productivity sprints while we were in that one. So I know there are people who are just kicking off sprints right now. If you are interested in looking for more. You remember? You remember what? What did I say? No, I don't remember. Oh, yes. The 3 a.m. sprints. That's what we were talking about. I got there. Yes, you were with me. You were with me to the end of the line, Sammy, on that journey. And I appreciate it more than words can say. I'm really grateful to have not been alone as I freaked out about our existence and reality and love and all the things. Actually, yeah. Yeah, we got there. Gonna need more Rachel Harrison books after Black Sheep for sure. So that means you're really liking it. Was this her debut? I remember when this came out, but I don't know anything about Rachel Harrison. But I'm really glad you're enjoying it. Oh, yeah, the Eclipse viewing party. I was not going to participate in that. I so love Ruby's Digest movie nights. But I can't rewatch those. I really can't. It gives me a secondhand cringe that I feel in my whole body. But I appreciate that others still love and enjoy every second of them. But hopefully the next movie night will be something that I can vibe with because they're so much fun. I really liked when Christine randomly decided to start doing like viewing parties for the Lord of the Rings out of nowhere. That was real fun. Those are the best. Oh yes, they've been finding the hikers. Oh, so you're at the search party. Yeah. It's just I can only imagine how confused they were and concerned at the time because these kids knew what they were doing. They were experienced and how their bodies were found were so nonsensical. It was like a trail of people that spread out a great distance with no rhyme or reason from their campsite. It's very interesting. Especially when we know that it involves Disney's Frozen now. So I already know the story from Unsolved Mysteries episode, but there's a lot more details in the book. Yeah. I also remember the story from the Unsolved Mysteries episode. I loved Unsolved Mysteries as a kid. And uh, interestingly, do you also remember the Unsolved Mysteries episode that dealt with the finding of the czar's body and his family? Because somehow Unsolved Mysteries got involved in the DNA testing of the corpses found in Pig's Meadow in Russia. And I love that Unsolved Mysteries has that kind of reach. It's real fun. Super cute book, and you're enjoying the banter. I'm glad to hear that, Katie. 3 a.m. staying up and reading. It was a journey, my friend, that I went on. Also, if you follow Coffee Over Apples on her Instagram or here on YouTube, we were buddy reading that one because we were both determined to try to finish it before the end of the year. I did get there. She finished it like a couple days ago, but she just posted a short about some of the unhinged quotes from Death's End, which is really funny and spoiler free. I love the theory that human beings were blown across the mountain when their tent wasn't. Yeah. Just whoo, but the tent was so well staked in. Yeah. Well, and I mean, there's also the alien theory. That's definitely a theory that people still like to bring up. The like Soviet testing theories. And then the one that they'll talk about at the end of this book, which is a newer theory than you would have gotten in Unsolved Mysteries. And then there's the Frozen theory. So we have stuff to talk about. Yeah. It was such a honestly, some of Unsolved Mysteries, and by some I mean most, was a fever dream. Especially original Unsolved Mysteries with that original narrator who was so scary. Like he alone was terrifying. If he started talking to me, I knew that I was in for a wild journey. And why, as a kid who grew up in an aggressively evangelical household where I wasn't allowed to do a lot of things, like I wasn't allowed to watch Simpsons or Nightmare Before Christmas. At one point, they tried to not let me watch Care Bears or the Smurfs. It was very weird, but I was fully allowed to watch Unsolved Mysteries, even with the ghost stories and the new agedness that would pop up from time to time. So I don't, once again, this is the theme of my childhood of I don't know what the line was on what I was and wasn't allowed to do. It was constantly changing. And honestly, I think that might have something to do with why I seek reassurance in things in my adult life, because I want to make sure that I'm not overstepping an imaginary line that may have moved without my knowledge or consent or without logic. I think I just discovered something about myself, guys. I'm sorry. You had to be here with me on that journey. And for Ohan's bath time. Ohan! I was scared of most episodes, honestly. I mean, yeah, a lot of them were freaky as heck. Have you watched the reboot that they did for Netflix a couple of years ago? It definitely feels more like Investigation Discovery than Unsolved Mysteries, but it was still good. You weren't allowed to watch the Thundercats as a kid. That's interesting, especially because eventually there was a Christian like new age punky kind of band. It wasn't rock, but it was more like punk-esque that had a song about the Thundercats. Because none of it makes sense why these things are banned. It's so silly. It's so arbitrary. It's so subjective per parent, but I'm sorry you didn't get to watch the Thundercats. I didn't watch the Thundercats, but I have a feeling that could have possibly been banned. My brothers, who are older than I am, like by 17 years, tell the story about how my dad, who was more stringent with them than he was with me, even found a Hulk comic book in their bedroom and like tore it up and threw it away because he thought that somehow the Hulk was green because of magic. It was like, no, it's just bad science, but it's science. But they weren't allowed to read comic books. And I also wasn't allowed to really read comic books. I was allowed to read Archie, but not Sabrina the Teenage Witch. But I could read all the Archie I wanted. So I didn't get to start reading comic books until I was a grown adult. And then I went hard. And then my comfort character became the Scarlet Witch, which also feels like an act of rebellion against the evangelical upbringing. Similar upbringing. I never understood why skirts and dresses were considered modest when boys constantly peeped up them. Yep. But no pants allowed for girls. It's all so weird. So weird, Faye. It makes no sense. But I feel you. I had a similar. My parents weren't like a skirts group. They were definitely like modest, don't like dress hoochie mama, but my mother kind of drew the line on that one, and I always could wear pants. Although as a kid, I hated pants. I always wanted to wear dresses when I was little. I hated jeans. I didn't wear jeans until I was a teenager. But I did go to a college where it was very dress heavy. In fact, when my freshman year, maybe my sophomore year, we had to wear skirts until Thanksgiving, and then we could wear pants until Easter because it was cold. And eventually we could wear pants all the time, but they had to be dress pants. It was very weird. I went there for a professor. I went there because I wanted to study under a specific person. But I still did. I just waited until my parents were asleep. Yeah, that's the way. And then they give you a TV in your room sometimes. Like I had a TV in my room. What do you think I was going to do? I was sitting there watching The Simpsons with my finger on the remote button in case you were going to come in so you wouldn't see I was watching The Simpsons. I don't know. It's a strange life. I have a bunch of books that I put together that are like Satanic Panic era books that I want to read and react to off of as somebody who grew up in an evangelical community during the Satanic Panic. But my friend Katie, who is here, hi Katie, has also suggested a project, and I just need to really pinpoint the books that I want for it because there's a lot of books that I wasn't allowed to read. And it's actually a very like triggering thing for me because it caused like there was not being allowed to read a book that was required reading for school because my dad thought it was witchcraft actually kind of traumatized me, and I had a teacher come for me about it for years. So I want to put together sorry, I'm rambling so badly, but she had suggested doing a vlog of reading books that I wasn't allowed to read as an evangelical child. So Goosebumps and Christopher Pike and Darkness Rising, which is the book that I wasn't allowed to read that was required reading for my school, and some of those sorts of things. So I'm kind of trying to dig in and think about what it was. Like I remember vividly in high school because I was friends with readers, right? And one of them had just devoured all the Anne Rices. And he was convinced, desperate for me to read them. And I was like, I can't. My dad cannot find me with Interview with the Vampire. But eventually I was like, you know what? I want to read this, but I can only read it at school. So I borrowed his copy of Interview with the Vampire, and it stayed in my locker, and I would only read it at school. And I remember enjoying the book, but at the end, when he tried to give me the second book in the series, like, no, that's a bridge too far. Like, I'm surely going to get caught for this act of rebellion if I read a second one, even though this book is never going to go to my house. So no Goosebumps. I was not allowed to read Goosebumps. But let me tell you, did my dad absolutely bring my nephews to go see the Goosebumps movie in the theater, and I gave him heck for it. But yeah, I was not allowed to read Goosebumps. But I did watch Are You Afraid of the Dark, mostly because I don't think they knew what that was. And that scared the pants off of me, and I loved it. But yeah, I just don't think they knew what it was. And then I wasn't allowed to watch the Power Rangers. Well, that was a big thing, but I think it was just because my parents thought it was annoying. Fun fact. But yeah, so that's what I'm thinking of, and then I'm working on a reading vlog right now, but I'm not going to tell you what it is, because that one I want to be a surprise, because I'm actually going to do it. The other ones I can talk about for a while, but I may or may not ever do it. Parents weren't so bad. We were just warned about the dangers of things, and if we decided to consume them anyway, don't let church people see. And there were some of those things that were that way for me. Like I said, it was very, very nebulous. I describe my childhood as a lesson in chosen battles, because my dad was the more evangelical and my mom was an ex-hippie. So if she was like, that's dumb, she would fight to stop whatever that was. And sometimes it'd be like, that's not that big of a deal. I'm not gonna die on that hill. So a lot of it's just very ebb and flow in a very illogical way. But all of it was like out of love and concern for me. So I see what he was doing. It was just silly. The last vampire series from Christopher Pike is peak vampire goodness. I will look at that one, because I don't even know where to start with these series. I didn't read them, and when I had friends reading them, I just didn't want to pay too much attention to them, because I wasn't going to get to participate. And then with some of these books, it's going to be hard to get a hold of them, I feel like, because they were such ephemeral content. Like, they're not republishing a lot of the old Goosebumps and Christopher Pike. Some of them they are, but not all of them. So it's going to be a lot of searching through used bookstores and that sort of thing. But I'm here for it. But it'll be interesting. I feel like I did sneakily read one Christopher Pike book, possibly. Or I had like a weird fever dream about a Sweet Valley High book where one of them became a cannibal. I don't know, but I read something, and I don't know why, but at the end of the book, the girl was eating raw burgers. I couldn't tell you what it is. They had the last vampire series at your library sale. You almost bought it. Oh, this was apparently some peak Christopher Pike. I put it on my Goodreads. You've been rereading Fear Street. You were obsessed with those. What is Fear Street? I don't know what these things are. Also, Joanna, I started it. Oh, it's another R.L. Stine thing. This is a whole other thing. What is this thing? I thought he just did Goosebumps. I read them in the omnibus edition. I think they're called Thirst. Oh, interesting. I love an omnibus. Oh. Interesting. Fall into Darkness and Midnight Club. Yeah, I'm only like at page 20, so feel free to read as much as you want, but I did want to let you know that I was able to get to the check-in point on this bad boy tonight, so I did pick up and get started on this one. And I'm liking the vibes so far. They're spooky and fun. There's another book I was just thinking of that I didn't I wasn't allowed to read. Like, speaking of chosen battles, like, he tried to throw like, he tried to not throw, but he was like, I don't know if she should be reading The Hobbit. My mother was like, it's Christian allegory. Shut your mouth. So, chosen battles. Fear Street was much better than Goosebumps. It was for teens, but I read them from third grade up. Yeah, I kind of just want to have the like Gambit. Oh, Bunnicula. I also wasn't allowed to read Bunnicula, and I want to go back for that one. Like, even if they're way too young for me, I kind of just want to try. You okay there, Elhan? What are you doing, buddy? Go back and experience them. Oh, I love that. That's super fun. Lilo, no ma'am. That they left that much of an impression on you. That's always wonderful to carry that fond memory from childhood. See, I just have old Arthur C. Clarke books from high school. Again, sci-fi wasn't a problem. And also, I would also love to point out for anybody who's watched any amount of Star Trek and seen any sort of dystopian future content. My parents watched a lot of Star Trek, which is why it's ever so confusing as to why they are confused that I am not a Republican. Not to get political, but I was like, you raised me on utopian, no money societies and help the poor and widowed and do unto others as you like it's you taught me about love and taking care of each other and exploration and kindness. You can't tell me that they didn't have universal health care in Star Trek. You can't. They didn't even have money. Why would they have an insurance company if they don't have currency? I don't think my parents ever knew what I was getting from the library. See, that's the problem is I grew up in a community so small, we didn't have a library. So, like, not one that I could get to. So if we went to a library, we would have to go 2 towns over with one of my parents, or I was going to a bookstore. So that made it kind of like if mom took me to a bookstore, she didn't care. If dad took me to a bookstore, there could be a problem. And that's what led to the you can't read this required reading book. But it also is what led me to my love of classics because my parents had a lot of classics just on their shelves. And if I ran out of books, I'd just grab one of theirs, which is why I read The Hunchback of Notre Dame in 4th grade. So, speaking of Christian allegory, the Circle trilogy from Ted Dekker played a big part in your love for reading. Oh, I haven't thought about Ted Dekker in a hot minute. That just brought up memories. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we were all reading Flowers in the Attic. And see, I did read Flowers in the Attic, but it was in high school. And my parents definitely had no idea what I was reading. And I remember reading it going, oh. But yeah, the amount of young girls who just casually start reading Flowers in the Attic. I was at an author talk for the author of The Season of Love. And that series of sapphic holiday romances. And she's actually a librarian and a sex educator at a private school here in Texas. And somebody had asked her the question around, the prevalence of these cartoony covers, which could be for a closed door romance or the most intense smut you could ever imagine. Like, what are your feelings around these cartoony covers and how they could be misleading for both young kids and parents, and used Icebreaker as an example. And she started talking about how we were all reading Flowers in the Attic. You got to educate yourself on what your kids are reading if you've got concerns. And I literally have a friend who will reach out to me anytime her middle school daughter has a friend who wants her to read a book that she hasn't heard of, like a more modern book. And recently she's like, so my daughter's friends are all reading Haunting of Adeline. Should she read that? I'm like, no, she should not. Let me give you a different example. And you should probably call your daughter's friends' parents That's a little intense. Elementary school. So fun story. I'm not sure if you've read The Hunchback of Notre Dame, but the end is tragic in a way that only the French can accomplish. And it was I was it was old 1950s like complete works of Victor Hugo. It wasn't complete. Les Mis is not in it. It's not nearly thick enough to be Les Mis. But I was reading this dusty old book on the playground, and I just started sobbing at the end of Hunchback. I was inconsolable, but nobody understood why I was inconsolable. So the school ended up having to call my mother because they're like, nobody's hit her. We don't understand. She just keeps crying and saying it's the book. Like nobody hit her with the book. We checked, and my mom got them to put me on the phone, and I was like, no, Mom. What happened at the end of Hunchback is just so tragic, and I'm just sobbing in the 4th grade about the end of the school had no idea what to do with me. This little rural ranching school, none of the teachers had read that in my elementary school. They did not know how to handle that. And it is a quintessential Elizabeth story. Yeah, it was in the library. It was in the school library in high school when we finally got a library. I don't understand it. But also I don't support book bans, so whatever. It's funny, it works the opposite for me. I have to educate myself to know if my mom should be reading something like, Mom, not that one. Just trust me. Yeah, my mother is the one who it was really funny. I was living in Ohio at the time, and she called me. She goes, everybody's talking about this book. I think you should read it. And I was like, what book, Mom? Because we don't have similar reading tastes, so it's very, other than like a few things here and there. She reads a lot more fantasy and mystery, and I read a lot more sci-fi and other things. But she's like, yeah, I think you should read it. It's called 50 Shades of Grey. And I was like, no, Mom, not only should I not read it, but you should not read that. Like, you're not going to like it. You're not going to have a good time. The day she asked me what 50 Shades of Grey is. Yes. We got the same face. Like, no, Mom. You don't need 50 Shades of Grey. You don't need to be Phyllis Vance with your 50 Shades of Grey audiobook. Oh my gosh, parents, man. Also, hi to Lilu. Say hi, old lady. Her brother went into another room, so she took her opportunity for some cuddles. She's purring her little head off. Yeah. Okay, guys, this has been super fun, but I still need to get ready for bed and get some rest. So I am going to say good night. And thank you so much for joining me. I enjoyed all the conversation and definitely the laughter. I hope you guys got some good progress in your books. I know that Sammy got to read tonight, and that's something worth celebrating. And until next time, I'll see you guys later. Now I'm going to hit the 3 buttons that I have to do to end this. Bye, guys.